Yes, it has. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Jobs and Economy Committee meeting to order. Committee Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Assembly members Anderson, Backus, Carter, Hafen, Hibbets, Howdigi, Kasama, Koenig, Mosca, O'Neill, Torres Fawcett, Watts, Yeager,
Here.
Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here, and thank you all for your patience. This has been a very special session, and it continues to get a little bit special as we go on by the hour. So I apologize for being delayed. We will have a bill hearing for Assembly Bill 2. We will take a recess, and then we will do a work session for Assembly Bill 5. And if we're lucky, we might even work in a work session for Assembly Bill 2, but not sure. But that will be my goal, and hopefully we are able to do that today. I'll remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. That includes the members on the dais and those in the audience. Go ahead and put them on vibrate. Members will be using their laptops as we work through today's meeting. We will have public comment at the end of today's meeting after the Assembly Bill 2 hearing, and then public comment the very end of today's meeting. I'm not sure when that end will be, so I'm going to be honest with y'all, after the work session of Assembly Bill 5. And so, with that, I'd like to open the hearing on Assembly Bill 2, which revises provisions relating to alcoholic beverages, and invite those presenting the bill to the table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Virginia Valentine, Valentine.
I can't hear you. Will you make sure the mic's on? You might have to get closer.
It's on. Is that better?
That's better.
I'll just lean in. Thank you. Virginia Valentine on behalf of the Nevada Resort Association, and we are here in support of the of AB 2. We very much appreciate the opportunity to address the issues in this legislation. If we'd known that a craft brewery bill would have affect all of retail liquor establishments in the state, we would have engaged with the sponsor at the time of the amendment to see if there was another way to address our concerns. And other than that, we would not be here before you asking for this consideration on a special session today. We represent 72 resort hotels across the state, all of which have multiple retail liquor licenses. A retail liquor store, as you know, is defined as it means an establishment where beers, wines, and liquors in original packages or by the drink are sold to a consumer. This definition, with very narrow exceptions, includes almost every business selling alcohol that is not defined as a supplier or wholesaler under Nevada's three-tier system. An ETF is an electronic funds transfer. ETFs are a common method of payment between consenting parties. While AB 404 was initially intended to support Nevada's craft brewery industry, the bill was amended to include transactions between liquor retailers and liquor wholesalers. Specifically, it requires payments to be made exclusively by electronic fund transfers, EFTs, or credit cards, including placing all fees on retailers, and grants wholesalers the authority to directly withdraw funds from a liquor retailer's bank accounts within 30 days. These provisions override the ability of private businesses to negotiate their own terms by strictly prescribing the relationship between wholesalers and retailers. Based on the legislative history of AB 404, we do not believe that was the original intent of the bill. And again, if we had known that, we would have tried to engage with the sponsor and wholesalers at the time of that amendment. And we have worked with the wholesalers to address our concern, and this bill does that by allowing exemption from the EFT requirements for packaged liquor stores for restricted licenses and non-restricted locations for their affiliates and packaged liquor stores on the premises of non-restricted gaming licensees, specifically Section 4. Here's why it's important. Mandating that a private party can compel an EFT transaction from another private party may set a precedent. We are unaware of any other circumstance other than those that are court-ordered in which such payments can be taken without permission by one private party from another private party. The previous language required retailers to pay wholesalers using ETF technologies when cash or credit cards are not used. Any disputes then would likely have to be resolved through civil litigation. We had several concerns about implementation challenges. Without the exceptions we're seeking today, the legislation would create confusion and costly implementation hurdlers for wholesalers, retailers, Department of Taxation, and third-party processors. New banking systems, applications, and staff training would need to be in place with an impracticably short period of time. Note that under Section 4 of AB 404, all costs of compliance would be borne by retailers for the convenience of the wholesalers. Additionally, without our proposed exception, our members will incur costs to change their current IT systems, implement new EFT accounting services, and deploy training. It is very concerning that allowing access to retailers' accounts and their banking system involves access to their financial systems. And as you know, casinos are considered financial institutions under federal law. Gaming licensees hold privileged license. That means they are not entitled to be licensed for gaming, and they're held to strict regulations to operate honestly, protect consumers, prevent money laundering, amongst another of many other requirements. In particular, gaming license establishments must prove that they have adequate financing for the nature of the operation to establish suitability and maintain that suitability thereafter. That's NRS 463.170.8. Establish internal control systems, safeguard assets, ensure financial records are accurate and reliable, and ensure that access to access is permitted only in accordance with management-specific authorization. That's a Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Have their gaming employees, including those handling the financing of a gaming establishment, that's NRS 463.0157, registered with the Nevada Gaming Control Board to ensure that gaming and financial transactions are handled by trustworthy employees and that there is administrative resource for any violation of applicable laws. Establish cybersecurity best practices to protect their operations from cyber attacks subject to audit by independent experts. That's Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.260. And to meet minimum bankroll requirements, which include cash and bank accounts to meet the next day requirements, and that's Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.150. Further, a party receiving revenue from gaming transactions is required to pay its proportionate share of applicable state taxes and fees based on the amount of revenue received. That's NRS 463.370. Allowing these EFT transactions to be initiated by liquor wholesalers from bank accounts of gaming licensees gives the employees of liquor wholesalers unfettered access to those accounts, providing confidential financial information and potentially allowing unduly aggressive withdrawals by liquor wholesalers or their employees, and that could impact the adequacy of the gaming licensee's financing, its compliance with required internal controls, and its ability to maintain practices for cybersecurity and its compliance with minimum bankroll requirements. Do you want to say that without this bill, our members would have to outlay the resources and funds to change the systems now? If we had to wait until the 2027 session, we would incur additional costs to revert systems in 2 years. Further, allowing the state to mandate take hold would take even more difficult to reverse once the precedent is established. Even without enforcement, gaming licensees then would be operating outside of state law. So we have long enjoyed and mutually benefited from our relationship with the wholesale liquor industry, and we hope that will continue with the passage of this legislation. And I want to thank Alfredo Alonso for working with us on this amendment, and we urge your support.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Alfredo Alonso, representing the Nevada Beer Wholesalers Association, and we too support this legislation. At the time this was included in the BRUPA bill, it was a hard-fought compromise. The policy, the public policy that was part of this compromise is based on the fact that our wholesalers EFT immediately to whether it's Anheuser-Busch or whoever it is at the time of delivery. So that's an immediate, and then they EFT that the excise tax to the state of Nevada. Unfortunately, what happens then is we don't always get paid in a timely manner. Statute says up to 45 days, and that's about where they start oftentimes. Gaming's never been that problem. This was too broad from the start. Other states that have done this type of legislation have now had to come back and tweak it and make changes because of the way gaming is structured. They have many, many laws dealing with obviously, as Ms. Valentine indicated, with money transactions. And so, it's never the wholesaler that's touching someone's account, but it's a third party, and those are individuals that we've dealt with in the past. Some retailers require that we use them, some don't. So this has sort of been a mishmash of usage on the EFT front. It's the wave of the future. It's going to ultimately be something that everyone uses. I use it on many of my bills are electronic. There are many things that we subscribe to that are already EFT. So it's not something new. I think that the problem was that we didn't have that conversation with gaming. We probably would have found a common ground and found a way to make it easier for everybody to deal with. And again, gaming has not been the problem. And so that's a really important part of this. We support removing them. But again, because we have so many issues in the marketplace, I've mentioned to a couple of people, I spoke to one of my Elko distributors just this morning, and he just wrote off $100,000 in debt. That includes the product cost and the excise tax that he had to write off because people use distributors in many ways like a bank. And they'll get the product. That product has to be there on time when they need it, but then we don't get payment. And we know that this is going to be more and more prevalent. States are doing this for the same reason. There used to be actually a 1%, it was 2% at one point, on excise tax that was a credit that basically assisted the wholesalers because they were collecting for the state of Nevada. That's gone away. That went away partially in 2003 and then the recession. And so what ends up happening is you've got a private company collecting a tax, paying a tax, and then oftentimes losing that amount of money. So it's a complicated deal. It was a complicated compromise. We think it's fair. We think this bill in fixing and removing gaming from the statute is also fair. And I answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Before you leave, will that be all for the presentation? Members may have some questions for you too. Okay. All right. Then we do have a few members with questions, and we are going to start with Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And, I did not sit on growth and infrastructure, and I know this bill had quite a journey in the last legislative session. That was AB 404, not this bill. This bill's brand new. But my question, I think, probably is for Mr. Alonso. You had mentioned you had a number of clients who they're either not getting paid timely or they're not getting paid at all. Before this provision was put into law under AB 404, what was the remedy that your clients had to try to get paid? Can you talk a little bit about what that is? Because it probably relates to the motivation for this provision. And so if you could just help me understand that a little bit, please.
Madam Chair, to you and through you to Speaker Yeager.
Directly to the member.
Thank you. That's one of the complicated parts of this. Right now, the statute actually says that we can take a customer to cash on delivery. So you go past the 45 days, the distributor can ultimately simply say, I won't deliver again until you pay me in arrears for what you owed us. That's where the complications start. Oftentimes we'll get someone that says, well, I can't afford that right now, but I can't exist without the product. I'm a restaurant, I'm a bar, whatever it is, and so our guys end up extending even more credit. That's what gets them into trouble. They don't want to do it, but they have very little choice. And again, they keep continually paying for more excise tax and collecting, and everyone gets their money before we do, and that's part of the problem. The other issue is that some people really do pay in cash. That then puts our drivers in peril. that puts them in a position to potentially get robbed. And that was the impetus for looking at something that could be another tool to help us get collections.
Chair, could I ask a quick follow-up on that? Thank you, Mr. Alonso. That makes total sense. And I guess there must be circumstances where, you know, your clients just say enough is enough. Do they go to court? Like, how do they attempt to recover that money in some way? Because I think you'd suggested that there were clients who just, you know, wrote off $100,000 in bad debt. But do your clients typically make efforts through the existing court system to try to collect those debts from those who they've supplied to?
Again, Alfredo Alonso to Speaker Yeager. Yes, they have the normal remedies. The problem with that is the one issue is that they've loaned everybody or paid payment to the suppliers and loaned the state dollars they may never see again. And so you oftentimes only get, pennies on the dollar when you go to collections. A lot of these folks end up ceasing to exist. They go under. There's usually another underlying problem for slow pays. Sometimes it is just using money and waiting as long as you possibly can to pay. Other times is they have significant issues, and we don't want to be the reason for why they go and go bankrupt. So oftentimes our guys continue to give them product, and ultimately they're lucky to get, again, pennies on the dollar.
Thank you. I know that there was an amendment that was emailed to the members. I'm not sure if you've seen that amendment, but is that a friendly amendment? Because I know there's some members who have questions about it.
Madam Chair, again, Alfredo Alonso, the only friendly amendment is the one before you. We worked hard with the gaming industry. They're the only ones that even called us. So we've heard nothing from anybody other than the gaming industry. And again, we work through those problems, and that's what you see before you today.
We're going to go to Vice Chair Backus.
Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of chatter up here. Maybe not everyone received the amendment. I know I received a copy of it by email, but my question is going to be based on it. The amendment that I saw was basically taking out all of the AB 404 language that made it mandatory for for everybody, including retail establishments. And so I think this question is more appropriate for Mr. Alonso. Why is it, and I kind of heard through the explanation with gaming, that gaming has some heightened laws that would not allow the system to work, but I also heard, concerns just about aggressive withdrawals if there was any mistake, with an over withdrawal. It sounds like you're not willing to take all of this out. You want to leave it to the retail establishments. But why does this have to be mandatory and not just someone willing to do this? Because I do agree with you. I think a lot of people are going to EFT payments. Why is it that it be a must that everyone's to pay their bills exactly right when the money, when they're picking up the goods, and we're being able to distinguish between gaming and everybody else?
To Assemblywoman Member Backus. Again, the intent was to allow for another tool. There are going to be times where there are many cases where retailers can't pay through EFT, and our members are not going to force that on them. There are going to be unique situations where it just won't work. You have a rural retailer in Fallon, for instance, that has been paying by check forever. Again, it is, in our view, can be initiated by the wholesaler, but may not be. And so we may continue to receive checks as long as, the system allows. I think at some point, everything is going to be EFT. I mean, there are countries that have already gone cashless. And so I think with respect to the amendment and removing all of that, we go back to square one. We would offer up, if the retailers would like to start collecting the excise tax at the retail level, we'd be welcome to that change as well.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused because when I read Section 5 of the bill, it seems like the options are credit card or EFT. And the only time that it seems that cash is allowed is only for those delinquent pays under paragraph F of subsection 3.
Member Backus, the way we read it is that there was never a removal of the payment provisions before it. So we look at it as that's just another tool within the chapter that includes cash, includes checks, now we initiate it, but we don't have to initiate it. And there are many cases where our wholesalers will not. You have a long-standing client or customer that, again, it is ultimately going to be in certain situations, and ultimately, again, over the years, we hope that it becomes simpler. It's going to be. It's how we pay our bills. It's how the state gets paid. So it's going to be more normal. It seems to be already. But as we see it, it's something that we'll work with the retailers and regulation. We have spoken to the chamber. They've indicated that they would like to talk about some kind of mechanism where they get prior notification, whether that's 3 days, 5 days. We're absolutely willing to work with that. The credit card portion of it was inserted later in the process in the Senate because people wanted an alternative just in case they didn't want to ultimately have it hit and not have money in the bank. So they had an alternative. Either way, again, I think it's a fair process, and we will, you have our commitment to work with the retailers and others to make sure this works properly in the regulatory process.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Assembly Member Anderson. Perfect. All right, then we'll go back to Speaker Yeager.
Thank you again, Chair. Mr. Alonso, and this might be a question for both of you, actually. In looking at AB 404 from last session, the effective date of that legislation was October 1st. And the way I read this provision that we're talking about today, essentially 30 days after delivery, if the money hasn't been received, the electronic transfer happens. So we haven't had much time. It's been really, I think, a couple of weeks, really, when you think about when the bill being effective. If someone delivered on October 1st and they hadn't paid by November 1st. So the question is just in the 2 weeks that this has been on the books, are you able to say, either one of you, whether this provision has been utilized by those who are delivering the product? Either Mr. Alonso, your clients, or Ms. Valentine, have your clients been subject to this yet? I think it would just help me, at least, I know it's a 2-week period, but get a sense of how pervasive or prevalent this might be.
Speaker Yeager, we haven't implemented it on our end. We knew the moment that we had discussions with the gaming industry and Ms. Valentine, we simply asked our folks not to do anything. Let's work through the process. So nothing has changed. What happened, and what I think got people especially fired up, is there's a company in this space called FinTech that started using our logos and letters to everyone that we're going to do this, and it's going to happen October 1st. So I would tell you that people were artificially fired up over it. The issues with the gaming industry are completely different. That is really and again, I can give you an example. In California right now, they're trying to figure out a way, because the push or pull of the money violates many of the laws that they have to adhere to. So it is a problem. It's a significant problem for them. Again, my apologies that I didn't reach out to them sooner, and that's my fault. But that is how the system would normally work.
You're welcome. Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here today. Obviously, we come up here and half the bills we hear are fixing problems we created the previous session. That's exactly what we're doing here today, and I do think that this is a step in the right direction to fixing at least part of the problem. And so I had a question on. You said you were committed to working in the regulatory process to address all of these, and it's more of a procedural question. You guys have already implemented this on your customers, but the regulations haven't been adopted yet. And I'm just trying to understand the timing of, I know it's effective upon passage, but I thought that the regulatory process had to be implemented before that could take place. But I'd just like a little bit of clarification on the timing of how all this is working and why the regulations didn't come first before the implementation. Thank you.
Mr. Haven, again, we haven't implemented it, and we're waiting to complete the regulatory process. We have no intention of doing anything this year. In fact, collectively, as an association and discussions with other wholesalers that are not part of the association, the plan was always to make sure that the regulatory process was completed and that was done before we started. Now, again, if you've heard that people were trying to implement it, that was one of the vendors. It was not us. And we are not doing business with that vendor. Obviously everyone's, got the right to try to get the business wherever they can. This was a bit aggressive, and we have explained to them how this is a problem, but we have no intention of implementing until the regulatory process is finished.
No follow-up? All right. Members, any other questions? All right, I am not seeing any. I thank you so much for the presentation. And we'll move to testimony in support. If you're here to testify in support of Assembly Bill 2, I invite you to fill the chairs. Good afternoon. You can go ahead.
We have reviewed the deletion of the language and agree, and we're all good with it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Brett Scolari with Strategies 360 on behalf of Breakthrough Beverage. I just wanted to extend our support and thank Virginia Valentine and NRA for reaching out with their concerns. We did work through those concerns and wanted to echo Mr. Alonso's comments that Breakthrough is committed to working through the regulatory process. We have not initiated any automatic polls. We don't plan to. We plan to get through the regulation process, work with the retailers on potential noticing, but we do think it's an important tool to have in the toolbox given the payment problems we've been having. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Russell Rowe here on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation and its 11 properties in Southern Nevada. I'd like to stand on Ms. Valentine's comments as how it impacts our company and the industry, and we encourage your support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno. As the committee, for the record, my name is Nick Schneider, Director of Government Affairs for the Vegas Chamber here in support of this bill as well. We believe this is an important first step in addressing some of our concerns with this, and do appreciate the collaboration with my colleague Alfredo Alonso on working through the regulatory process. We do still have some concerns we're working through and have been in discussions with them regarding addressing some of the smaller businesses as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas. We will move to opposition. If you're here to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 2, then I will invite you to the table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Brian Wachter, President of the Retail Association of Nevada. Here procedurally in opposition, because you do, I think, have in front of you an amendment presented by the Retail Association of Nevada. The Nevada Restaurant Association couldn't be here in person, but would like me to put them on the record echoing our comments as well. don't know very many businesses, retailers that are paying cash for any of these transactions now. We have not had any reports. There has been no data or anything that would indicate that we have a rash of delivery drivers being attacked for their robberies. So we don't view this as a safety issue. We appreciate the casinos being such specific financial institutions, but in order to access and utilize an ETF, you don't need to be a sophisticated business. In fact, these are regular and mundane and normal business conversations that happen between vendors and retailers every single day. We do not understand, nor do we support putting a mandate in law that requires us to give up any of that contract negotiation between our vendors. We have alcohol vendors, we have tobacco vendors, we have ice cream vendors, we have soda vendors, we have chip vendors. Every single one of those contracts are negotiated between us and those vendors. There are a multitude, as I think the speaker pointed out, of ways that a business can go and get back money from a breach of contract. I would also note that the wholesaler owes the excise tax. They can then turn around and mark up their price in order to get that from the retailer and recuperate that, but it is owed by the wholesaler. Just as the way sales tax is owed by the retailer, regardless of whether it's collected or not. We also would look favorably upon being the ones to have to collect the franchise or the excise tax by eliminating wholesalers from the three-tier system altogether. It's an antiquated system that jacks up the cost to consumers by 40 to 80% of alcohol in their grocery carts. And so if we want to look at changing an antiquated system and modernizing it, that's how we do it. We should not do it by mandating contract rules between wholesalers and retailers. So we strongly urge you to adopt our amendment, have a fair, level playing field for every retailer in the state, regardless of whether you're an unrestricted casino or not, and then allow Nevada, if it wants to have a conversation about some of these ancillary problems that we feel are not fixed by the original version of this bill. And so we think the amendment makes Nevada stronger, puts everyone back on the level playing field, and allows businesses and wholesalers to negotiate their own business terms on their own contracts. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Miranda Hoover with 3C House, representing the Energy and Convenience Association of Nevada. We echo the same comments from Mr. Wachter and the Retail Association and are supportive of his amendment. It was mentioned to me today that our convenience stores are part of the main problem in this situation, and that was the very first time I had heard that. And if we are part of the problem, we would also like to be part of the solution. So again, we ask for this amendment to be considered and also approved on this bill, and we look forward to working with the proponents of it to come to a solution that we all can be in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing anyone else approach the table here in Carson City and no one at the table in Las Vegas, we will move to neutral. If you are here to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 2, I invite you to fill the seats at the table. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, Becky Dutro, D-U-T-R-O, with Nevada Taxpayers Association. The association is neutral on this bill and want to thank everyone's efforts on this important first step towards good policy and legislation. We feel that the ability of business to negotiate their own terms and ensure flexibility of payment should be free market agreements and not included in state law, and we will continue to work with all parties through the legislative and regulation process to ensure the exemptions included in this bill are afforded to all businesses in the industry. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And seeing no one else here at the table in Carson City, we'll go down to Las Vegas. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Osterberg, representing the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and our over 2,200 members, the majority of whom are small businesses. We would like to thank the governor and his team for bringing this important bill forward in the special session. The Chamber is fully supportive of exemptions and appears in neutral today because we would have liked to seen these exemptions extended to the broader business community. We have had members who are small business owners reach out to us concerned as they have had more than one instance where a vast amount of money was withdrawn from their account prior to the invoice due date because of a clerical error by a third party. There is written testimony from one of these members on Nellis. We are supportive of the amendment proposed by the Retail Association and also understand that potential resolutions are being discussed in the interim. We look forward to working with the governor, the legislature, and other stakeholders to identify solutions that can help all businesses in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing anyone else approach either table, we'll ask the presenters if you have any closing comments. And he's standing in the corner and shaking his head no. So with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 2, and thank you all for being here. All right, members, we are still waiting on the work session document for Assembly Bill 5, so we will stand in recess until we have that in hand. If you're all wondering why we're sitting here, there's an amendment to Assembly Bill 5, and we're waiting for that amendment to be uploaded on Nellis, so everyone will have access to it in the work session document. Good evening. We will bring the Jobs and Economy Committee back to order, and we will open with our work session. And the first bill we will work session is a bill, members, that we heard earlier today, and that is Assembly Bill 2, and I will turn it over to our committee staff to walk through the work session document.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Michael Nakamoto. I serve as Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. And the first bill on the work session today is Assembly Bill 2, which, as the Chair just noted, was heard earlier this afternoon, and it was sponsored by the Assembly Committee on Jobs and Economy. So this bill deals primarily with provisions in NRS 369.485 that require retail liquor stores to pay wholesale liquor dealers by electronic funds transfers initiated by the wholesaler, mandating that these transfers be completed within 30 days of delivery, prohibits wholesalers from paying any associated fees, and allowing retailers to use credit cards only if they notify the wholesaler and cover all processing costs. Assembly Bill 2 makes various changes to this framework by exempting non-restricted gaming license holders and their affiliates, as well as restricted license holders who also hold or are affiliated with a non-restricted license holder from these requirements. As a result, the gaming operators are no longer bound by the EFT rules or credit card payment provisions that continue to apply elsewhere. There was an amendment that was submitted by Mr. Wachter on behalf of the Retail Association of Nevada that would delete several sections from NRS 369.485 relating to these payment procedures. Mr. Wachter will be invited to the table if there are any specific questions on the amendment. Otherwise, if there are other questions, I will attempt to answer them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam
Vice
Chair.
Chair Backus.
I just wanted to make a comment. I got a little confused when I was hearing the amendment. 'Cause, with that, I just want to make a comment that when we heard the testimony today, that under subsection 5 of section 1, as the bill was presented, and under AB 404, it was explained on the record that this was just another vehicle for payment, and that payment was still allowed by check, and also that there was going to be continuous work, like if in case notice of the EFT withdrawals. However, if there's any confusion, I know this is probably going to the Senate, that hopefully they also look at that and consider that. But with that, Madam Chair, I would, unless someone else has comments.
Are there any other comments or questions? If you'd like to comment now or wait until after the motion, you let me know. After the motion. Alrighty then. So with that, I will accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass Assembly Bill 2.
I have a motion from Assembly Member Backus, a second from Assembly Member Hadegi. Any discussion on the motion? Assembly Member Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to see this opened up to everyone, but I know we're on a time crunch, and I do think this is a step in the right direction, as I said during the committee. So I'm going to vote this out of committee today. I'm going to reserve my right for the floor with the hopes that maybe it can be addressed in the next 35 minutes or so.
I appreciate that. Thank you, members. Assembly Member Hibbets.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ditto my colleagues' comments.
Ditto accepted. Seeing no other comments, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. And I will assign that floor statement to Assembly Member Hibbets. The look on his face. And with that, we'll close the work session on Assembly Bill 2, and we will open the session for Assembly Bill 5. And I'll turn it over to our Committee staff.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Michael Nakamoto with Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. The next and final bill on today's work session is Assembly Bill 5, which was sponsored by this committee and heard yesterday. And so this is the bill that enacts the Nevada Studio Infrastructure Jobs and Workforce Training Act. The work session document is in Nellis, and I'm going to try to not read the whole thing. There are 4 key components to the act. The first is the creation of the Summerlin Production Studios project in unincorporated Clark County, with requirements for incremental capital investment requirements to be met by the lead participants between the effective date and June 30th of 2039, as well as contributions of at least $14 million to 2 different entities to support workforce development and educational opportunities. If certain capital investment thresholds are met by December 31st, 2028, a total of $95 million per year in transferable tax credits may be approved by the Governor's Office of Economic Development to qualified productions between FY 2030 and FY 24 or 44. There are corresponding changes to the current film tax program, which are now known as film non-infrastructure transferable tax credits, that would be effective between FY 2030 and FY 2044, which include increasing the maximum amount of credits from $10 million per year to $25 million per year, as well as changing what qualifies for these credits and the calculation of the credit percent, or the percentage used to determine the credits. There is the creation of a production studio entertainment district that consists wholly of parcels located within the boundaries of the production studios project that would be required by the Clark County Commission. There are several different revenue sources whose proceeds that are generated within the district be pledged to the Clark County School District for the enhancement of childhood educational opportunities, including pre-kindergarten for children in Clark County. And then finally, the bill establishes the account for Nevada film, media, and related technology education and vocational training, which will receive money from various sources, including required contributions from recipients of tax credits between FY 2030 and FY 2044, with the proceeds used to support programs for education and vocational training within the industry, as well as for the one of the production or vocational studios. Madam Chair, members of the committee, there are a host of amendments that are attached. In fact, there are 7 different pages of amendments that are attached to this. I will go through them at a high level. The sponsors and proponents can answer more technical questions if I am not able to about some of these proposals. So the first on page 2 of the work session document is to amend the section 18 and this is the section dealing with the pledged revenues for the production studio entertainment district for the pre-K for CCSD, to specify that for the basic city county relief tax, or the BCCRT, the amount that is pledged is the amount remaining after deducting the 1.75% that is typically, or that is ordinarily withheld by the Department of Taxation for this tax that is deposited in the state general fund. Secondly, there would be an additional revenue source that is pledged. It would be the 4% portion of the room tax that is imposed within the district for the benefit of the Fair and Recreation Board in Clark County, which is the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. This would be pledged and placed into an account to pay for certain qualified medical expenses for state retirees who receive health insurance coverage through the Public Employees Benefits Program, starting in FY 2032, I believe. The third change would be an amendment to Section 10 to require that the development agreement for the Summerlin Production Studios project would prohibit the development of any business that requires a gaming establishment within that site. There would be another amendment to Section 10 to remove the reference to the East Side Education and Training Center at the College of Southern Nevada and provide instead the contribution of $6 million for the construction of a center in conjunction with Chicanos por la Casa, or CAUSA, on the east side of Las Vegas, as determined by the lead participant and the Office of Economic Development, or the construction of an equivalent center at that location. And then next, to clarify in sections 11 and sections 26, and this deals with the required payment of the 1 percentage point of the qualified productions instead to the account. Instead of this being a payment, rather the credits that were that are issued to the qualified production would be reduced by this equivalent amount, and then the state would make the payment into that account instead. And then and various sections of the bill where there are certain language requiring hiring workforce that reflects the diversity of this state, adding references to racial and the word race in those. So then on page 3, in section 19 of the bill, to clarify for the biennial report that is required to be prepared by the Office of Economic Development relating to the film incentives, that is, the report would be for the previous 2 fiscal year period. And so that's page 3 of the work session document, and it goes actually, it looks like, into page 4 and 5. And then at the bottom of page 5, to clarify that any reporting requirements in this report that would result in the disclosure of individual compensation or other personally identifiable information, or disclosure of trade secrets, would need to be modified by the Office of Economic Development to prevent the disclosure of that information. So then on page 7 and 8, there are some additional changes to the diversity requirements for both the infrastructure and non-infrastructure programs in section 14 and section 28. Instead of having the 2 of the 5 criteria that would had to have been met to qualify for credits, instead the production company would have to show that they ensured diversity among the workforce of the qualified production and met the goals set forth in the workplace plan. So with that, Madam Chair, that is the best summary I could give of the amendments. I can answer as many questions as I possibly can. Otherwise, I would turn it over to the folks standing over in the corner, and they hopefully can do a better job than I did. Thank you.
Thank you so much for going through that work session document and the amendments. Members, any questions? Assembly Member Haven.
I have a few questions. You want me to do one and then circle back, or just all of them? Okay. So in the proposed amendment, number 2, it talks about the rate of 4% under NRS 244A. When I look at 244A, that talks about the county imposing a fee, but I didn't see anything in there that actually specified the 4%. So I'm just curious, is that the current rate that Clark County is charging, and then all of that rate is going in, or is that rate only a portion of the current rate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Member Hafen, Michael Nakamoto for the record. It is my understanding, and someone can correct me if I am wrong, that the current rate that's being imposed for the benefit of LVCVA is actually 5%, but that this proposal would pledge 4%, so 80% of that rate for the specified purpose, and so LVCVA would continue to receive the other 20% of the rate.
Perfect. So 1% would go to the LVGGA, and the other 4% would go to the state public employees benefit program. That helps clarify that for me. And then, Chair, with your permission, I do have a portion of the regular bill, not the amendment. Thank you, Chair. I believe this is section 11. Let me just confirm that. It's a long bill. Section 11, subsection 8, and it's on page 18 where that begins. I just want to make sure I understand how the fee is going to work, because it says it's 1% of the percentage of qualified direct production expenditures. So if I read that properly, that would be 1/30th of the overall project, because the qualified direct production expenditures is 30%. And then that fee then would be given to the office, which is GOED, that then deposits it to the treasurer for a credit for the account for the Nevada Film, Media, and Related Technology Education and Vocational Training. Am I understanding how that fee is working? Is the production company would then pay the money and it ultimately end up, after various steps, into the vocational training account?
Matt Walker for the record. Assemblymember, thank you for the question. So I'm going to get the math out of the way first in case I mess it up and need to call a friend. So this will be 1% of the overall qualified expenditure. So if you're looking at it as a percentage of the credit received, it is 3.3% of the credit received. I hate percentages of percentages, so I appreciate the question. Additionally, if you look at the amendment posted in the work session documents, there is a desire to have, instead of the film tax credit transferred to the production company and then have that production company chip the 1% back into the education fund, instead the state will withhold that 1% and then transfer that 29% to that production company based on their audited qualified expenditures. So a little bit of a flip there, just to make sure that the state remains in the chain of custody of those funds until it makes its way to the vocational training fund.
Follow-up, Chair. Oh, was that in the amendment or where? Because I'm looking at the bill and it says that the production company shall pay to the office, and so I just wanted to clarify if it's in the amendment, where in the amendment that is.
Apologies, it took me a moment. Assemblyman Hafen, Matt Walker with Howard Hughes for the record. It is number 5 on your work session document. I believe that's page 2. Clarify sections 11 sub 8, and it continues on. That changes the mechanism again from the production company receiving the money and then contributing to the fund to the state withholding that money and then working with Treasury to transfer those funds to the vocational training account. And I admit that I know very little about the mechanisms in place there, and that'd be a better question for staff.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure I understand it. It would be 3.3%. The fee is 3.3% that will be withheld from the tax credit and then used to give to the new vocational education and training. If fiscal staff maybe could just give me a yes or no that I'm on the right page.
Michael Nakamoto for the record, that is correct. So basically what would happen under the bill as amended, rather than getting 100% of the credit that's being earned, the amount of credit that is actually issued would be reduced by the 3.3%, 1/30th of the value of the credit. And then what would have to happen on the other side is the state to make that contribution. They'd have to withhold money or somehow appropriate or authorize money for that purpose. And then once the credit was issued, then it could be sent to the account. At least that's the way that I would envision it. Whether that works out that way completely in reality, I don't know. But that's one of the mechanisms that could be utilized.
Assemblymember Koenig.
So this refers back to the original bill, and to be honest, I think I've been in Summerlin twice in my whole life, but I now know way more about it than I ever thought that I would. And so it's been brought to my attention, and I just want some clarification on the record where in Section 9, Summerlin Production Studios project, and it's given the site as the corner of Town Center and Flamingo, and I think that's where the project is intended to be. But then down in Section 10, 1A2, line 36, it references 30% of the capital investment made at the downtown Summerlin project. So before I got into this, I couldn't have told you the difference, but doing a little bit of research, people, especially in Summerlin, will tell you there's a vast difference between the corner of Town Center and Flamingo and downtown Summerlin. So can I get just on the record what the intent of downtown Summerlin means?
Matt Walker for the record, and I'm always thrilled to talk about Summerlin, so thank you for the question, Assemblyman. We refer to what will be the entertainment district or project area as Village 15. That's an actual master plan area filed with Clark County. Downtown Summerlin is also similarly a master plan area filed with Clark County, which we refer to as Village 13. We're pretty creative with the names. That involves a 400-acre site that is inclusive of our downtown Summerlin Retail Center, but also on the eastern side of Pavilion office. And why do we do that? Because there's going to be people attracted to do business and relocate their headquarters here to do business with Warner and Sony that won't be able to fit within the bounds of the projects contemplated for the entertainment district. And if a corporate office needs a Class A office space that's more in line with the next projects we have in downtown Summerlin, this allows us to prove that nexus to the board of the Governor's Office of Economic Development and proceed with that project.
Thank you for that clarification and for putting that on the record for me.
Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a couple of questions. One of them was about kind of the mechanics that my colleague asked about, so that was very helpful. One of the questions that I do have around the tax district is, because there's so many different components of different taxes, including the room tax, would this tax district divert any funds from what goes to support the Clark County School District's capital construction?
Matt Walker for the record with Howard Hughes, and thank you again for the opportunity to place those key components of the tax rate that aren't included in the tax district because they're critical services offered by Clark County. Those include the portions of property tax that go to school infrastructure, but they also go to components that support Clark County libraries, the components that support fire, indigent, accident fund. There's another indigent fund supported by the property tax rate. All of those committed revenues are excluded from this definition. We just missed one exclusion, which was that the state takes a portion of the sales tax and uses that to administer the tax, and we certainly didn't want to do that. I'll say that since I have the opportunity to touch on it, we estimate that it's an overall impact of around $219,000 over the life of the 15-year program, and so it is fairly important to the Department of Taxation, but fairly minimal in terms of the overall impact to pre-K.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the change for the East Side Training Center? So I think this is now the third entity that is in the bill as kind of being the host. So can you just describe that, the change?
Matt Walker for the record on behalf of Howard Hughes. Thank you for the question, Member Watts. So this change is to facilitate a priority that I think we've heard loud and clear from this body and this committee, which is to ensure that all facilities constructed under this bill be done under a project labor agreement. This change allows for some additional flexibility that we needed in the language, where it was unclear whether certain previously identified partners could legally sign a PLA. We wanted to be certain that a PLA would be signed, and we're very happy to have a LOI for a PLA in hand with Chicanos por la Causa, and we intend to move forward. However, the site allows some additional flexibility. They have a site, but similar to the Nevada Partners site, where we have the ability, should we run into toxic soils or other constraints that don't allow us to complete. This allows us the flexibility to locate that on the east side and serve that community.
Thank you. And then what is the consequence under this amendment if that training center is not constructed for any reason?
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to clarify that on the record as well. So Section 10, Sub 1, calls for the development agreement to have certain mandatory components. One of those mandatory components are these training center investments, and if we don't make them, there is no development agreement. We're in breach, and we no longer can earn the allocation of $95 million. So when we talk about flexibility, it's because it's that critical. We have no project and no credit allocation from the state to earn if we fail to make these community investments.
Thank you. And then on this new allocation that would go to support some of these PEB costs, do we have any estimate of what that total is and how that breaks down per employee?
Somehow I feel like there's some pressure on me right now. Assemblymember Watts, Michael Nakamoto for the answer. I would have to look up to see what the estimates were based on the analysis that was provided to me by Mr. Hobbs back in May. I don't have any updated analysis, so I can't tell you what it is right now, but I can kind of use the estimates that I had back in May kind of as a guide, and I will get back to you.
Thank you. And then the last question, in this document, in the amended language for the privacy protections in section 19 sub 2, this reads, any reporting requirements set forth in section 19 that would result in disclosure of an individual's compensation or other personally identifiable information or the disclosure of trade secrets as defined under NRS 600A.030 shall be modified by GOED. So the question is it may or is it shall?
Greg Ferraro for the record. Thank you, Mr. Watts, for pointing out the typo. It shall. I think we had a couple versions that were getting moved around, so it should be shall on that line and shall again. I don't know why it didn't read out, but on the second to the last line on that same page, you'll see it repeated again, may or shall. It should be shall in both cases.
Thank you.
Thanks for the help on that.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Thank you. Can you please explain the rationale behind watering down significant amount of the diversity provisions that were in this piece of legislation?
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes for the record. Assemblymember, thank you for the question. There was a desire to have the language reflect language that was more in line with previous economic development projects, and through a series of compromises, legislation that statutory language that mirrors but is more robust than the A's language is what was the kind of backbone of the proposal that's before you today.
Thank you. And I appreciate the answer, but I think that the difference between the A's proposal and the piece of legislation that we're looking at today is that and the reason behind that diversity language was to ensure that this applied to a diverse of different types of professions, not just entry-level professions, but other types of professions, which I think is illustrated in the original version of the legislation, but not with this amendment. I did have another question, if that's okay.
Before you go on, I think Assemblymember Heidegger would like to respond. Okay, never mind, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you also clarify, with the amendment, would qualified expenditures now include an office building or any other type of space within the downtown Summerlin region, rather than just being limited solely to the build-out of the actual studio site?
Matt Walker, thank you for the question. So I'll do a little bit of quibbling with the phrasing, and then I'll quickly move on to directly answer your question. So the qualified expenditures are only associated with the production. I think you're referring to the capital investment requirements, and that's absolutely appropriate. So we have the ability within the entertainment district to develop the studios and the associated infrastructure. That's about 31 acres. The remaining acreage is going to be hotels, offices, all oriented to service and with a nexus to the studios and corporations that relocate there, businesses that grow to serve that area. The folks that aren't able to locate at Village 15 and instead need to be located at Village 13 downtown Summerlin, we need to prove to the GOED board through their proactive approval that there is a concrete nexus between that development at downtown Summerlin and the studios. So it's not as if we just build a new office building and call it connected. It's got to have a much stronger evidence showing that there's a nexus between the two.
So for an example then, with like a Howard Hughes office building that would be connected, obviously, as owners of the land, correct?
Matt Walker, for the record, with Howard Hughes, my understanding is that, and what I believe the language reflects, is that the nexus has to be to the studios, not to the ownership. So what we need to demonstrate is that that building is being built by us or built by someone else at that site because of the studios, and to facilitate the relocation or growth of folks associated with that project. And that will be done at an open meeting by the GOED board, where that evidence and conversation can be out in the open.
Mr. Nakamoto, do you have an answer to the PEP question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an answer. Again, Michael Nakamoto with Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. And so going back, again, as I noted, I don't have the most recent numbers, but based on the numbers from May, the 2% from the special district in terms of the room tax, and it was a ramp up. It started in the first year at about $500,000, and then by about the 15th year, it was at about $4.5 million per year. And then so using my incredible math powers and multiplying that by 2, it starts out in the first year at the 4% rate, Assemblymember Watts, at about $1 million per year, and then works its way up to about $9 million per year in the 15th year. And again, these are based on the assumptions that Mr. Hobbs provided to me based on what they anticipated in terms of activity, in terms of average room rate and the occupancy rate and all of that would be generated at the hotels on the site.
Thank you so much for being so quick to getting that answer. Members, are there any other questions? Assemblymember Hadigi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I just wanted to follow up to the information that Mr. Nakamoto presented. I'm very grateful to see this addition to the bill. I think this is just another way that the local jurisdiction is contributing to the state by, sending this revenue that, if not but for the special entertainment district and the hotel being constructed there, would not be collected. So for being a partner with us and sending that money back to the state so that we could contribute to the HRA accounts of our state employees. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Chair, and I will make a motion in just a moment, but I did want to make just a couple of comments before I make that motion. Yesterday seems like a long time ago in this building because the special session seems to be dragging on, and I see it in the faces of my colleagues and of those in the audience. But, yesterday we had a coordinated and thankfully ill-fated attempt to kill this bill before it ever got a hearing. And I'm certainly happy that that motion failed, because I look out here at the folks that are in this room. And Chair, I don't know how long we were here yesterday. It was at least 5 hours, maybe 6 hours. We had packed rooms in Las Vegas. We had at least 3 or 4 overflow rooms here in Carson City. And I think about what a lack of transparency and what a slap in the face it would have been to Nevadans to not give these folks, whether you support the bill or not, to give these folks a chance to weigh in on this bill. And we heard ample testimony in support and in opposition, just as many of us are in support and in opposition. But I think what we can be sure of is that the legislative process worked the way it was supposed to work. People were able to come to the table in both locations and talk about why they liked this bill or why they didn't like this bill. Even in this work session, Chair, we've had a number of clarifying questions. Had that motion been successful yesterday, we would have had none of that. No chance for anybody to talk about what this bill means. And so I want to thank my colleagues who rejected the notion that we weren't going to be transparent, that we weren't going to do the job we were elected to do, to consider this legislation. And Chair, I want to assure folks as well that I'm looking at Nellis, and we have 47 exhibits uploaded. Most of those are written comments, either in support or in opposition. I went through and read every single one of those written submissions. I have heard that folks don't feel like their comments are taken into account when they submit them in writing. Well, I can tell you I read all of them. So thank you to those who are watching, who were not able to be here in person, either in Carson City or in Las Vegas, but who took the time to submit written comments. So, Chair, with that, one more thing I want to say. I appreciate the amendments. I said this during the last legislative session, and I'll just repeat it again. Majority Leader Howdigi and I share an office space, and we have a door in between us. I can tell you that nobody in the 10 years I've been in this building has worked harder on a piece of legislation than Assemblymember Howdigi has. Now, Chair, you were a sponsor as well, and that's not to discount your efforts. We just don't share an office together. I know you worked hard on it as well, but it wasn't just the last session. It was between the last session and this special session. Even in this special session, I overhear a lot of those conversations. I know how much she's on the phone. I know how much she talks to folks. And so I just want to thank her, because rarely do you see somebody dig in with that kind of passion. And I know it stems from her desire to help working people in the state. So I wanted to thank her for her efforts and for the amendments that we continued to get throughout today, which is why we were a little bit delayed in getting here, because we're trying to get this right. So with that, Chair, it would be my honor to move to amend and do pass, with the one clarification that Mr. Ferraro gave us, that those two mays should be shalls.
Speaker Yeager, I will accept your motion, however, and your second, but I believe there are some dates that we had noticed that needed to be aligned in the bill that also need to be added to the amendment. And once we do that, then I will accept the motion. You want to go ahead, Mr. Nakamoto?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. It's been a day. So as we were reviewing the bill last night, there are 4 different instances in sections 28, 29, and 30 of the bill where there are dates that were not aligned with the current range for the changes to the non-infrastructure tax credit program. As all of you are aware, this is based on Assembly Bill 238 from the last session, where the program went from FY 2029 to FY 2043. Under this bill, it goes from FY 2030 to FY 2044. But as we reviewed the bill as staff, we noticed that there were a few instances in those sections where the dates were aligning with the old provisions. And so we would like to, as a technical amendment, to include those date changes, just so we have everything consistent and everything lined up with respect to the dates for the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Chair, I would amend my motion to amend and do pass with those additional comments that were made by Mr. Nakamoto.
We have a motion from
I
Speaker
reaffirm
Yeager
my second.
and a second from Assemblymember Carter. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Thank you. And I just want to comment on some things, because there's been a lot of comments that there was an invasion of the legislative process. But I want to make it clear that participation in parliamentary procedure is a part of the legislative process. Additionally, if we want to talk about what's fair and what's just to the community that we serve in the state of Nevada, we'll talk about what's fair and just. What's not fair is being provided an amendment that is 8 pages long with no opportunity to review except for the time that we're in committee, when we're looking at millions of dollars worth of investment in a large corporation. Diversification and Nevada workers are important to me, and they're important to my family, and I will continue to fight for Nevada workers. My no today is not to say that those things are not important, but rather that this investment doesn't seem like a good idea. Thank you.
Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of the commentary that has been given. I appreciate the testimony, and on both sides. As many people know, I am a a member of a union household. I have been a strong union individual, and I will continue to be. But I am a union member for all unions, and I care about everyone that is, whether they're union or not, and I just feel that this will hurt the individuals in the future. The statements that have been made today were statements that people have every right to make. I respect the right to freedom of speech, and I also respect the right to the freedom of the minority view. So I will be voting against this, and I just want to make sure that that is clear wise, because I am pro-union for all unions. Thank you.
Assemblymember Conan.
I'll be voting yes today to get this out of committee, but I reserve my right to change my vote on the floor.
Thank you. Assemblymember O'Neill.
You read my mind, Chair. Thank you. Chair, I'll be voting yes for this bill for several reasons. One of them, Nevada's a gaming state. We started the first state in the country and voted for gambling back in 1933, I think it was. We've taken huge risks with Tesla at the time in 2014. We thought those were enormous, and at a huge risk to the state for their tax incentives. Look at what it has done for the state of Nevada, particularly in the north, but across the state. The stadium, the football stadium, which is more than a football stadium. I remember the discussion there. We talked about the risk and how it shouldn't be supported by the state. But all the counties in the state have benefited from that incident, from that vote. So, and our economy has always been too structured, too delicate, balanced on gaming and mining. We've tried to diversify, and we must continue. We must be proactive, I believe, in our economy. We must keep people working. We must bring people in here to work beyond gaming and mining, which are tremendously good businesses. I am not against them. I strongly support them. But we've got to be proactive, and I feel that we are looking out deep into the future for the good of the state, for the good of its citizens, and I am so happy to see the couple of the amendments in here. So I will be voting yes, and I appreciate the time, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other comments? Well, as the chair of this committee, I want to thank you all for participating in this entire process. This conversation started, oh my goodness, for me in the 23 legislative session, but in the interim before that, there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. And we are here for a special session. And unfortunately, we are at the mercy of whatever is put into a governor's proclamation. As a sponsor of this bill in the 2025 legislative session, I did not ask to have this bill part of his proclamation, but I was very happy when the proponents came to me and said, do you mind if we lobby to get it in? Because I know how important it is for our community, for the workers in our community. I am too a previous union member and come from a union household, military household. I understand the importance of keeping our union workers working at home and not having to go out of state. And more importantly, as a kid, I remember my mom having to make a paycheck stretch when my dad had no work at all, whether it was in state or out of state. So this is personal for me, and it's important for the families that I represent. And I appreciate those who have stated their opposition to it, and I respect that. But I believe this is important. We've worked really, really hard. And yes, there is 7 pages of amendments, and there are 7 pages to make this a stronger bill. And because we're in a special session, we do not have the benefit of having 4 or 5 days or a week to read it over. We're here just for a few days, and then we need to go back home and to our jobs, to our lives, and get this special session over. So thank you for all the hours, for all of you that put in the opposition and those in support. And I want you to vote with a clear conscience, right? I've never twisted anyone's arm on how they're going to vote on this. Vote with a clear conscience of what's best for you, what's best for your district, and then go home and own it, right? So we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. And if you can raise your hand, we have Assembly Member Hafen, Assembly Member Bacchus, Assembly Member Torres Fawcett, Assembly Member Anderson, Assembly Member Watts. And the motion passes. Thank you all. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. And the last thing on our agenda for today before we adjourn is public comment. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to make public comment, I invite you to the table. And I see people moving, but no one moving towards the table here, and no one at the table in Las Vegas. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.